Thanks, Donna. All that. Par for the course. All right, let's start over again. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, my word. So my computer, what I was trying to say is that my computer decided to restart itself at 1:58. Um, so that was fun. And then I muted or was muted. So thank you, Donna, for letting me know that. Welcome to SCAREathon. The chaos is always chaosing in my world. So thank you for your patience. So welcome in. We're here for SCAREathon, created by Jessi from This Kiwi, co-hosted by myself and Paula from Family and Books, and Anna from the Book Dreamers Alley. And I think Lexi's in our group, and of course our lovely BookTube mama / moderator extraordinaire, Christina, who I'm sure will be popping in and out. So what are we up to today? I am fresh from a run, which is why I was touching my cheeks, because I'm still probably flushed from that. So my first sprint will definitely be a shower. But I am reading. Okay, so here's what I did. Let's woo-saw for a minute, kind of prep the day here. I will be going till around 6 o'clock my time, so that's around 4 hours. My plan is to do 4 45-minute sprints. Hubby and I have a sushi date tonight because the kids are gone for the evening. So we're going to go have sushi for dinner, and I am so excited. I have not had proper sushi in a very long time. Actually, that might not be true. It's been a couple of months, though, and I'm very excited about it. We had book club last night, and the girl that hosted made apple cider rum slushies, and friends, it was a good time. A good time was had by all. So I got up early and made some shirts for my neighbor. So I'm a little sleep deprived, and so there may be some chaos today. There's no telling. But we're here for SCAREathon, and we're here to do all the spooky things. So I initially was not going to create a TBR for SCAREathon because I wanted the spinner wheel to decide my fate. But I was on sprints with, and I can never remember her name. I think her name's Kelly, but that's probably not right, from the Reading and Writing Life. And she did this massive TBR for October and did this massive page count and was splitting it out by the days. And I was like, I'm going to do the same thing. So I created my entire TBR for October with Jessi's bingo boards. There's the big scare and then the 3 little scares. There are 43 book prompts. And so I could be smart, right, and double up where I can, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm also not going to read 43 books in October. So we're just going to see how it goes. And so I sorted them by page count, smallest to largest. And the smallest book as of yesterday was The Risk by St. Abbey, which is part of the Mind F series, which completes the Mind F prompt. And then yesterday afternoon, I was scrolling and I came across this author that popped up on my Instagram who is releasing 2 books, Kindle novellas. One came out yesterday and one comes out the middle of November. And I immediately texted Corey and said, hey, want a buddy read some smut? And of course she said yes. So once I finish that one, I'm going to be reading, and Donna, you will love this one, called Pounded in the Patch. It's like 112 pages. I'm sure it's horribly smutty and awful, and I'm here for it. So that will kind of be my 2 goals for the day during our time. I'm pretty sure I can get through The Risk during the first, maybe not the first sprint, but definitely the second sprint. I'm having the best time with that book. And then we will pop over to the pumpkin patch and get pounded, I guess. So anyway, that's the plan. All right, let's see who's here. It has been a long time since I've sprinted outside of Salem's Lot last week. finishing school and dealing with some life stuff. I just haven't been in the mood. But as always, once I'm here, I have the best time, and you guys are fabulous. So, all right. So Donna, my lovely dear friend Donna, popping in and saying hi and reminding me that I was muted. So thank you again. And Donna says, it's okay. You made me laugh, which is what I needed for the day. You know, it's funny. I was at book club last night. I didn't want to go. Like, I had zero interest in going last night. I just was feeling down. And like the minute I walked in the door, I was like, I'm so glad I decided to come because I had the best time. And so I'm glad my chaos could make you laugh. That makes me happy. And speaking of Corey, hello, friend. I'm getting the kids' haircuts and forgot headphones. Ugh. And so you're real quiet. That's okay. You are welcome to rewind and enjoy the first little bit of nonsense and laugh all over again. And Livia's here. Hello, Livia. And hello to Donna. Hello to Livia. Hello to Corey. And speaking of Lexi, Lexi is reading The Man No One Believed. I have a bit of a migraine, so it's going a bit slow on the reading front. Perfect. And I saw that you just finished a live day. I'm pretty sure I put that on my TBR, so let me know how you like that. I think that Chantel and I had planned on, we both got it for our book of the month, and I think we planned on reading it together, but I think a lot has happened and maybe we both forgot. So let me know how that book was. I really want to read that one as well. Olivia is saying hi to Lexi. Sorry for your migraine. I hope you feel better soon. And hello, Ren. How are you? Reading Ruthless Fae, Zodiac Academy Book 2, 43% in, trying to get to 50%, but this book is chunky. Yeah. The chunkiest book I'm reading in October is it, but it's a chapter a day. I'm taking my time with it. And then the next biggest book I'm reading, I unfortunately chose a lot of chunky books this month. I did, though, try to pick books that were on my shelves or that I owned, if at all possible. But my chunkiest book this month, besides it, because I'm not counting that one really, I put Babel on there. That's 544 pages and like dense, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But there are some that I definitely want to make sure I get through. Like, I definitely want to get through Hocus Pocus. I definitely want to get through Twisted Hate. I definitely want to get through The Devil in the White City. And I've never really read a New Zealand, actually not really. I've never read a New Zealand author. So I picked The Bone People from Carrie Holm for that prompt. So would love to do that one. I promised my neighbor I'd read The Unseen. I've committed too much, but we'll figure it out. All right. So Livia says, yummy. I love sushi. I don't really eat the raw stuff, but they have this one that I absolutely love. And sometimes the one is always a standard on their menu. It's crab, and it's layered, like it's topped with a really thin layer of filet, and it is fantastic. And then sometimes they'll do kind of like a substitute, not a substitute, but like an extra version of that one and substitute the crab for lobster. And that one is my all-time favorite. Like, that's the one that I crave. So hopefully they'll have that one tonight. Donna's going to relax and do nothing until we take our daughter to work. We have to do that too. We have been go since 8:30 from 12 out of town. Oh, wow. Good. I hope that you are having fun out of town. Hello to Ren. Hi, Annette. How are you? Hello to Livia and to Annette, and then back to Olivia. Amanda. Yes. Thank you, Livia. She is so funny. Like, I just love her. She brings the type of reading chaos that I crave in my life, but don't have the time for. I'm so in awe of her. I'm going to sit back for a second because I am so in awe of her spreadsheets and her she's doing Herkiad. She's doing all these like intense readathons and the maps and the spreadsheets. And it's just, it speaks to my spreadsheet heart, and I love every second of it. And she's so fun. I just love her. I don't remember what I'm reading. That is how my day is going. I started it yesterday. Okay, fair enough. Jessie's here. Hi, friends. I'm awake. I'm about to make breakfast and cup of tea, and then got to go to work. I know. I'm sorry that the timing didn't work out for you to hang out with me today, but hopefully you'll be able to pop in and out of the comments. Donna said, never mind, just looked, and I'm reading my Discord book, Where Darkness Blooms by Andrea Hanna. Nice. Pounded in the Patch. I'm going to have to check it out. Yeah, like, I know it's going to be right up your alley. I just know it is. And it's short. It's only 112 pages. So it's definitely, I'm sure it's definitely a quick, easy read. Hi, Jean. How are you? Think I'm going to go out and read on the patio. Perfect. It's so nice here. I don't know what the weather is going to stay this nice forever. Yeah, it is. We're in sort of this, like, I don't know. Here in the South, we call this like heat wave. We sometimes get second summer, but now we're in the stage where it's colder in the morning and then it's like sweltering in the afternoon, which is my favorite weather to run in. So I was very excited that it was not super cold today, but we're in that cold in the morning, warm in the afternoon season, but it's gorgeous here today. There's a perfect amount of clouds. The sky is the perfect Carolina blue. Like, it's a great day. Annette is reading a YA NetGalley arc called Desolate about a witch with ADHD. Oh, nice. That's really cool. I hope that you're enjoying that. Jessi says the Mind F series was actually one of the books I was thinking of when I made that prompt. Yeah, I messaged Corey and I was like, listen, I need some help here. And she said, you have to read, at least she wants me to read the entire series, which they're short enough that I may do that, but because I'm having a fantastic time. But I knew I could at least get the first one in and it count for the prompt. So thank you for, again, like, that's the thing about this challenge for me is that a lot of the prompts point towards things that I would never read or that I'm intimidated by. And this is one of them, not knowing what it was about before I started, but I'm having the best time. Hello to Jean. Hi, Faithful. How are you? Welcome in. Hello to Jessi and to Faithful and to everyone. Can't be a stream without some kind of technical difficulty. I know. And it feels like no matter how much you prep, something's bound to happen. My Wi-Fi was on the wrong router. My computer restarted. I was muted. And I still get like anxious about it, but at the end of the day, whatever. We're here for a while. It's all good. Donna said we had to go pick up my oldest from out of town. He's safe and fine. Oh no, but crashed his car at 3 a.m. Oh, that is like, that's the one reason I don't want my kid driving is because of, those phone calls are traumatic. So definitely take some time and rest because I'm sure your mama heart and soul is just not well right now. But I'm glad he's fine and safe. That's the most important thing. Lexi, I told myself I was just going to read one more chapter before bed, and then it was 2 a.m. and the book was done. Oh, okay. So I guess it was good. I guess it was good. I almost cried, and I am not a crier. Oh, gosh. Well, I am a crier, so I don't know what that says for me. I'm going to take a hydration real quick. I made a protein coffee, and it's like staring at me. And this is Lexi's fault, too, because she got me onto the Java protein coffee, and I can't get enough of it. Annette says, oh, Donna, glad he's okay. That's a frightening thing to go through. Yeah, and what a horrible phone call to get at 3 a.m. I'm so thankful he's safe and okay. Livia is reading The Taking of Jack Livingston by Ryan Douglas for the BIPOC prompt. Perfect. I think for that one, I left my notebook in the house, but I think for that one, okay. See, for that one, I chose a book that I got at the book warehouse when Corey and I went called I Take My Coffee Black, which I think a number of you have read this one. I think that's the one that I chose for that prompt. I'm super excited about that one. But let us know how that book goes, Livia, how you're liking it. Ciao, Livia. Hi, Jess, Annette, Donna, Ren, Lexi, and Corey. Hugs to Donna from Lexi. Oh, gosh, Donna, glad he's okay from Faithful. Thanks. Totally not something I wanted to deal with, but happy he is good. Absolutely. That's the most important thing. Hello to Faithful. And Jessi says, oof, good luck for Babel. If you have the audio for that, it'll help. I think I can get it. Yeah. But it is next to last on the page count read. So I highly doubt I will get to it, but it's there. So maybe I'll keep it on there for next year. Donna says, I got out of the car and literally hugged the yeah, he would have been like embedded into my skin from hugging him so tight. I can imagine. Hello to Faithful. I can't imagine, but that feeling of hugging your kids so that they are embedded in your skin. I get that. I've heard The Bone People is fantastic, but I haven't read it yet. Yeah, when I Googled best books from New Zealand authors, that was the first one that popped up. And I checked a couple more sites and it got really great reviews. So I'm going to go with it. Lexi loved The Devil in the White City. Yeah, my neighbor's been trying to get me to read that for years. And I think it was the Caught in the Act prompt for true crime that I was like, it's either that or the one about the there's another one I've got over there that I was thinking about, and I was like, no, I'll just read Devil in the White City. Thanks to Lexi and Faithful from Donna. Oh my gosh, Donna, so happy he's okay. Sending you a big virtual hug. Yep, all the hugs. Hold on, let me change this really quick before we move on, because I got reminded and then I forgot. Okay, there we go. Donna says, thank you, Olivia. Felt that hug. Faithful says, yes, Great Britain is at that same stage. The coat in the morning, arriving home, sweating buckets type of weather. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm thinking of swapping my reality prompt, have the spiritual witch at the moment, but just got approved last night for the Tim Curry memoir on audio. Oh, does he narrate it? If so, that is incredible. That would be really cool. Love Java protein coffee, have one every morning. Yeah, and my son has, so I buy the powder and I had them tucked back behind the coffee maker, and my teenager discovered them and now he can't get enough either. I'm like, well, looks like I'm going to have to up my subscription because we can't both drink them every day, and it lasts a month on just the 3 bags. So we'll see. Congrats to Jess. Wait, did I miss something? Oh yes, for the approval of the NetGalley. Yes, that's awesome. Congrats to Jess. Jessie's BIPOC is the second book in the Amari and the Night Brothers series. Perfect. Melanie is here. Welcome in. Newbie here. Found you through Jessie's channel. Well, welcome in. We're so happy to have you here. I am not always this not put together, but I went for a run a little bit ago and did not have time to change and all that. So welcome in. We're excited to have you. Let us know what you're working on today. Jessi says, I'm actually so chuffed. I loved him in Rocky Horror. Obviously, he was in it, and I loved him in Fern Gully. I had no idea he was in Fern Gully. Where I remember him most from is Home Alone. And then there was something else that I saw that he was in that I loved, but Home Alone is where I think of him the most. Yes, he does narrate it. Oh, I'm going to have to try to add that. It's a Jen. Hello, Double and Jen. How are you? Mel, did I say something wrong? Did I say that wrong? Melanie, Mel? Sorry if I did. Double and Jen. Awesome. I love Tim Curry. And hello. Welcome in, Melanie. Oh, okay. You guys are talking to each other. Okay. Hello to Double and Jen. Hello to Olivia. Double and Jen from Tessa's group. Yes, changed my name a while back. Yes, we always called this Jen Double and Jen because I was there, and then we have another Jen And I guess it stuck. So we're very excited to have our double engine. He was Sludge Man in Fern Gully. Okay, nice. I always forget that he was in Fern Gully. Congrats on the approval, Jess. Yeah, that's such a cute movie. I'm friends with Mel. Perfect. I know. Well, I kind of figured like there was some connection because I was like, I know I said it right, but then maybe I didn't say it right. So, not at all. Double and Jen and I go way back and cross paths on random live streams. That's amazing. So amazing. Welcome into Melanie, and thanks to Coda. Double and Jen's name stuck. How is school going, by the way? I think I've been so in and out of streams that I haven't caught that. But how is school going this semester for you? And then hello to Jen from Faithful. All right, let me get my Flocus set up. I think I'm going to keep the same vibes that I had for Salem's Lot. And so Corey and I are relaunching our bookshop, and I'm trying to like reorganize books and figure out what I'm keeping for myself and what we're putting in the shop. Not keeping for myself, but want to read for myself. So I'm sorry for the chaos behind me, but it is what it is. Oh, and one more thing I want to do. I want to put in. Christina made a playlist for all of the SCAREathon sprints. So I'm going to pop that in, and actually I'll do that at the sprint. I'll pop it in and pin it so that you guys can just keep going with us. So let's get some Flocus up here. Hopefully you guys are hydrating, have a snack. For those that didn't hear in the beginning, I'm reading The Risk from St. Abbey, which is part of the Mind F series. So we'll do that. I'm going to shower first, get all dressed, and I made a new fall book shirt yesterday, so I'm going to put that on and get cozy and get to reading. All right, let's share screen. All right. How is that for our spooky vibes for today? Double and Jen passed math with a B. Yay! That's so exciting. This is Toxic Love on Jessi's favorite playlist, Tim Curry. Perfect. Jessi, okay. We may have to talk about Read the Beats in 2026 because, so for those of you that don't know, Read the Beats is a series that Jessi does, and it has incorporated it in with SCAREathon. So there's 3 levels, and I love the way that these prompts work. So the first prompt, level 1, is you go on the Read the Beats playlist and watch the videos from the people that she has coordinated with and collaborated with. And so you pick a book from the songs that she or the collaborators have chosen. I ended up choosing the same book that Brooklyn chose from the songs that Jessi gave Brooklyn. And then level 2, you go in and read or watch this, listen to this playlist of music that Jessi has put together. And I was scrolling, and y'all, listen, I don't even know if, no, you can't see it. I have an entire shelf over here dedicated to Eminem. And when I was scrolling through that playlist and saw like 3 or 4 Eminem songs, I was like, oh no, we got to chat. I had no idea you were an Eminem fan, and it made my day. So I did pick, for that one, I picked one of the Eminem books that I have because duh. And then for the 3rd level of Read the Beats, you go into your own playlist. So what I did is I have a number of playlists in my Spotify. I did a random number generator. That's the playlist I picked from. And then I just shuffled and picked a song. And that's how I came up with level 3's book for Read the Beats. So I absolutely love how you've set that up for each level. I thought it was genius. And I'm so glad that we have another Eminem fan in our booktube community. It makes me so happy. So anyway, all right, I'm chatting. Okay, hello to Faithful from Melanie. And it was like 10:30 at night. It was so dark. Like I was out here by myself and I literally squealed. I was like, yes, I know what I'm picking. I was very excited. Woohoo, way to go. I have a class now that's hard for me, but I'm hanging in there. I'll be done in March and it feels like forever. I bet. But it will be here before you know it. It will absolutely be here before you know it. And double engine, and I say that as someone who, like, that last semester of grad school was like, oh my God, 7 weeks is forever. But it will be here before you know it. Getting double engine is getting their associates in arts and a bachelor's in arts. Congrats. I cannot wait to celebrate you. That's so exciting. Melanie's going to continue listening to, I'm going to stop presenting this real quick. Melanie's going to continue listening to Of Shield and Sparrow by Daphne Perry. So good. Jessi says, I'm coming for you in 2026. Bring it, friend. Bring it. I'm here for it. And in fact, after I picked my book for that, I was like, I got to figure out what 3 songs I would potentially do. And I have them. So I'm ready for you. I'm ready. Double and Jen likes Daphne Perry a lot. And then Double and Jen finished The Teacher last week. What an ending. I've heard such mixed reviews about that book. Such mixed reviews. Not that Daphne wrote that, but it's on my mind a little still. Yeah. Jessi is an Eminem fan. Yeah. Yay. Oh, that man. And this is the Read the Beats video playlist that I was talking about for level 2. And Jessi says, "Hell's yes, I'm an Eminem fan. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Like I'm cheesing, my cheeks hurt. He is my man. No, we will fight, Donna." All right, my friends, let us get into a sprint. I think that's the longest I've talked as an intro. And oh wait, sorry, my fault. This was. Oh, yes. Sorry. I read video and thought something else. So, yes, level 1. My apologies. Level 1. Had to step away for a minute, came back to chat about Eminem. Yeah. Ugh. Love it. And then Double Engine. Yes, that is a McFadden book. And then here is the level 2 playlist for the songs. So, thank you. All right, let's get into a sprint. We'll do 45. I'm going to run take a shower. I'll come back and read a little bit, and we will see how we fare. Happy sprinting, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully that was loud enough and I'm not scaring people. How did you guys do? I definitely forgot to change the banner. Sorry about that. I feel much calmer and clean. Much better. I feel much better after a shower. Let me switch myself back here. I don't want to stop sharing, but oh, okay, that'll work. Nah, let's do this one. All right. I have my fall, oh, sorry, Charlie, pumpkin book shirt that I made this week and love it. I love these styles of sweatshirts, and I'm trying to embrace fall. So here we are. I'm going to move my camera just a little bit so I can make sure that I'm looking in the appropriate place. Okay. So I showered, got dressed, all the things so that when we take our son to work, we can just go from there. I got to 21% in the risk, which from the time I sat back down was like 2 pages. But hold on, let me let the dog out really quickly. Hopefully he won't go out there and scream at people. And then I think that was it. I had a snack. Yeah, that was it. I do want to kind of go back for a second because in my sort of like whatever that was earlier, I wanted to just make sure that we all were on the same page. So this is the Read the Beats playlist that equates to level 1 in on the SCAREathon prompts, where you watch all of the videos, or you don't have to watch all of them, but you watch the videos and find which do watch all of them. What am I saying? Watch the videos, pick one that speaks to you, and either read the same book or pick a book that relates. So this is level 1. And then this one is level 2, where you listen to Jessi's songs in the playlist and then choose a book based off that song. And then level 3, you're on your own. That's where you choose your own playlist, shuffle your own playlist, pick your own song, pick your own book. So I was kind of thinking about it, and I was like, I think I confused myself. So just wanted to clarify all of that. So this is kind of where we ended, where Jessi was saying level 3, you're on your own. So we'll pick back up here in the comments. Excuse me while I just barely don't cause myself ear damage and start listening to Tim Curry and Eminem. Nice. I actually listened to Eminem while I was getting ready. So there's never a bad time. Mel says that would be an interesting mashup. Someone needs to take the song from Fern Gully and mash it with Houdini or The Way I Am or something. Ooh. So my son, my teenager, produces music like kind of as a hobby. I'm going to see if he'll do this for us. And if he does, I'll put it on my shorts like tab and on my channel. Hi, Christina. How are you? Hope you are doing well. I love that Christina changed her handle to BookTube Mama. Like, that's perfection. But speaking of Christina, remember to hydrate, which I'm zombifying today until I finish this Jobby coffee, which this is not all coffee, by the way, if you're concerned. Probably 75% of this is a protein shake. So it's not all caffeine. But hydrate, feed yourself. Check the laundry. I actually did that before I came down and we're still going good. Take meds, stretch, show some love to the like button. And also you make sure that you sub and ring the bell so that you hopefully get notified. And speaking of which, I guess in August, I changed my channel name to Pacing Through the Pages, because I wanted to try to revamp my revamp my channel a little bit, and I just got overzealous with school and all that. I'm actually going out of town next week. For I purchased myself a graduation present, and signed up for 2 races next weekend in another state, and just decided to stay for a week. And you guys are gonna get to come along with me, and I'm so stinking excited. There is a gigantic, like 60,000 square foot bookstore nearby that I'm going to go to and vlog. And I'm going to try to take you along on the 2 race days. One is in the evening. It's just a 5K. And then the very next morning is a 12K. I'm going to try to take you guys along through that experience. And then just kind of, I just need a break for myself, which, past me did not know that future me would need this trip so badly. But I think being kind of by myself, by the beach with my books and in my favorite place, I think is really just going to be what my soul needs. And I'm going to bring you guys along with me, and I cannot wait. So there will be some future, I don't know if I'll mix it up into like reading vlogs versus the races, or kind of make it one big long vacay, or I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but definitely sub and ring the bell, because in the next couple of weeks, you guys will have that content on my channel. And then of course you'll be able to be here for SCAREathon sprints. I know that I'm sprinting again next Wednesday, which is New Zealand's Thursday. So definitely come along for the ride, and we'll kind of figure out where it takes us. Hello to Jessi Kiwi from Christina. Hello to Melanie, Double and Jen, Olivia, and Annette, and to Faithful, and to Donna. So we've got all the hellos back to Christina from Faithful, and Melanie, and Donna, and Double and Jen. And then I pinned this right when I came back. This is the SCAREathon Sprint playlist. And so it's got everybody so far. Christina does a fabulous job with these playlists for our readathons. It's got all of the sprints that are currently scheduled, the one for today, and then mine for next Wednesday. And then I think Jessi has a couple peppered in, and then Paula has several already scheduled. So definitely keep an eye on that. Refresh every day or so, because we're adding and moving things all the time, but that's where you'll be able to get all of your scary, spooky sprints for the month. So Melanie says, I'm so out of it today that I didn't even realize I gave the title for Shield of Sparrows completely wrong. Oh gosh, it's okay. But got to 22% to 25% that sprint. That's amazing. That's really awesome. Faithful looking and laughing with us. Jessi listened to music and got ready for work. Perfect. Double and Jen's laughing with Mel. Won't laugh at Mel, but with Mel. And played Cat Mama. Perfect. Faithful says, Melanie, I thought Jen said it right, but she actually didn't. My brain must. Oh, did I not say it right? Uh-oh. Sorry. My brain was weird earlier. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see what you're saying. My brain must have auto-corrected it. It's very possible I said it wrong too. She might have. I think that was when she stepped away. I just had to correct my error for my own sanity. You're totally fine. Olivia is on page 138 of 223. Perfect. Oh, you're really close then. What? 80 pages or so left? Lexi got to page 36. Awesome. Faithful decided that they absolutely had to look up videos on how to make a child's scarf with the Centro knitting machine. And how did that go? Love your shirt, Jen. Thank you. I wore one last night that was like zombied Golden Girls, and it said Golden Ghouls. And when I bought that image, I saw this one and I was like, I have to have it. So and I'm not like, I'm not a fall girly, but this one spoke to me and I love it. And thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, that's maybe a stretch. I bought the shirt and I bought the image from Creative Fabrica and then pressed it on. So no, I will not take credit for the image, but I will take credit for ironing it on the shirt or pressing it on the shirt. Perfect fall. Oh my gosh. Perfect cozy fall vibes. Yes. Thank you. I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Yep. It is from Creative Fabrica. And Corey and I are obsessed with that website. We absolutely love it too. Hello to Christina. The other one is Design Bundles, but I only use their $1 event stuff. Yeah, we did Design Bundles for a while, but with Creative Fabrica, the way, and you probably can do this with Design Bundles too, but we liked Creative Fabrica because you can get full rights to their images. And so like if I'm making stuff for my personal use, I will just pull it and use it. But if we're pulling inspiration from for like our images for our bookmarks and things like that, we just want to make sure that even if we alter it or change it or use elements of it, that we are still protected from a copyright perspective. And so and it's so cheap, like to do a year subscription. So we just went with Creative Fabrica, but Design Bundles has amazing stuff too. Absolutely. I did finish school. I finished the middle of August. And I actually got my certificate, like my degree paper thing, last week, I think, in the mail. And it's interesting because like I'm a very sentimental person in general. And so when I first submitted my final paper, I was like, okay, I can breathe. And then when I got my final grade, I was like, I got a little bit emotional again. And then when they send you a digital version of your degree a couple weeks after school ends, so I could upload it for work and things, and I got sentimental again. And then when I got the actual paper in the mail, and it's like the lettering is embossed and like I can hold it in my hand, like I had a moment. So I'm going to probably get it framed. Unfortunately, I don't have an office at work. It's a whole story, but so I don't know if I'll put it in here or if I'll hang it up in the house. I'm not really sure what I'll do with it yet, but it's nice to have that tangible piece of paper in my hand. And then my friend, my little partner in crime that I work with, he said, so you're going for your PhD? And I was like, absolutely not. No, sir, we will not be doing that. So, but thank you. The support I had from my friends on YouTube, you guys don't know me, right? But like the love and support that I felt during that time and being able to like sprint and use sprints to focus, like I can't thank everyone enough for the love and support. And so like you and Ren, who are like, that I know for a fact are currently in school, like I'm so excited to support you guys, even from far away, and just cheer you on and root for every success and help through every challenge. Like it's such a great feeling to have people behind you that support you. And I'm forever grateful for that. So I'm really rooting for you and Ren and anyone else that's in school actively that I don't know about. I'm happy to sprint if you need productivity time, or if you just need an ear. Or Anna's been that person for me too, when I knew that I wasn't going to make it, and we've vented to each other. And so whatever you guys need so that I can help pay it forward, just let me know. I'm here for you. Ren made it to page 273 of 538. Okay, so about halfway. Oh, that is so cool. People who can mash up two completely different songs and make them work. I agree. I don't know that if he can do it, but I'm going to ask him because I think that would be incredible. And I starred that comment, so I'll remember to ask him. Congrats on finishing school. What's your field of study? So I went back to get my master's in healthcare administration. So that's where I'm sitting right now. And thank you. I appreciate it. Faithful found one, but changed their mind and will probably crochet it. Perfect. Yep. Faithful called it. You have a subscription. It is absolutely well worth it. So worth it. I agree. Corey and I, and so Corey, so in our little business, Corey's definitely the creative person. Like she made this for me for my Kindle. Like she's the creative genius behind it all. I just buy the books and put everything on the website, and I'm more business minded, and like I'm creative, but like coming up with the ideas and the themes and the all that, like she's my definitely my partner in crime there because she's incredible at that stuff. Melanie feels like they need to create their own fall vibes with how unseasonably warm it's been here. Yeah, Gina and I were talking about that earlier. It's just crazy. Like it's really hot here today, but I love the hot weather. So I'm here for it, but I feel you kind of have to force yourself into fall when it gets warm like that. Temps are in the mid 80s today. Whew. Wow. Congrats on finishing school. Thank you, Faithful. I really appreciate it. That's summer, Mel. Yeah, it was 80 here today. I think I'm in North Carolina. I think it was 80 here today too. Thank you so much, Jen, and congratulations again. You're welcome, and thank you. I appreciate it. Double Engine has had their windows open for 3 days, and that's saying a lot. I will say I love having the windows open in spring and fall with like that crisp air coming through. Ugh, it's so lovely to have that wind, and it's amazing. Okay, have to go. Bye, friends. Bye. Thanks, Jessi. I will see you soon. You are so inspiring, Jen. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying really hard not to say, no, I'm not, or whatever, because it's uncomfortable, but I thank you. I really appreciate that. Ren made it to 51%. So the new goal is making it. So let me go back to this really quick. I think anyone who even just finish, for me, I don't even know how to say this. Like anyone who decides on a goal for themselves and works to achieve it, regardless of the timing, right? So I struggled with not going. I went to school right after college, but then life happened and I ended up working for a long time. So regardless of if you do it right after school or high school or whether you go back, like I think anybody who sets a goal for themselves to better themselves as a person is inspiring and incredible, right? So I very much appreciate this comment. Every single person in this chat has had a goal for themselves and worked hard and achieved it, and we all deserve a pat on the back. So kudos to us all. Ren made it to 51%. So the new goal is making it to page 300. And you were at what, 273, I think, or I think that's what you said. 288, something like that. It's too far back now, but yeah, I think you can do it. Is there a link to your work, Jen? There is, but I'm not going to share it today because it is still in construction. So probably, you know what, Faithful, by the time I get back from my trip, I should have enough back on there that I'll feel comfortable sharing it, but remind me if I don't. And I'm happy to. I'm more than happy to. Take care, Jess. Yep, absolutely. That's hot, Melanie. Have a great day at work, Jess. Yep, absolutely. Melanie says, Faithful, being in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, very hot for this time of year. Oh, perfect. Lexi's in Ohio. I don't know where in Ohio, but I think she's in Ohio. Ren says, double engine, you're right. I think I'll go straight into my honors degree after undergrad. Masters may or may not ever see me, but definitely want to work before gunning for that. Yeah, after I got my bachelor's degree in 2021, I was like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. And then I have been in healthcare now for 25 years, and I felt like I had so much experience in the field, I might as well have the degree to go behind it. And my kids, I was kind of in this transition phase with like my kids getting older, and the way they needed me was so different, and I was really struggling with that. So I decided to go back to school and do that kind of more for myself than anything else. But my kind of commentary on that has been, I'm doing this for myself today, but if the perfect job comes along, then I'll have the degree to match the experience. So I'm content with with how, I'm content with that. I don't feel like I need to further my education anymore. I really kind of want to focus on me and my son's graduating in a couple of years, and just kind of refiguring out my relationship with my husband now that we have more time, just us. My son's working, and my middle one's got, friends and activities and things like that. So I really just kind of want to focus on all of that now that part of my life is complete, and see kind of where we go. So, and hopefully YouTube will be a big part of that, because there's days where like I wake up and I'm like, nobody's sprinting. I don't know what to do with myself. So having people on the background to help me stay accountable to reading or productivity or whatever the day holds has been super helpful. So I say all that to say, sorry for the tangents today. Do what feels right for you at the time, and make your plan. And if it has to pivot, it has to pivot, and that's okay. It'll make sense for you when it's the right time for you. Double N Jen says, my daughter sleeps with her sliding door open a bit at night. Nice. Yeah, I always have a fan on too. I like the noise and the coolness of it. I always have a fan on also. Excuse me. Congrats again, Jen. I'm in awe of people like you and Anna. You did great. Thank you. It was definitely a challenge, but we made it. Double N Jen says, you got a master's degree. That's a whole other level. I mean, I want to do that, but we'll see where I'm at next year. Yeah, definitely pace yourself and do what's right for you at the time. Have a great readathon. Have a great readathons. Wait, what? Have a great rest of your day, Jess. There we go. Rest of your day. Mel says, I remember how hard it was to get my master's, but it was so worth it. I completely agree with that statement. It is so hard. Not just the work per se, but like the sacrifice is different. And so that for me is what made it hard. I mean, I gave up a lot in the last 2 years, but it was so worth it. And so I don't know, Mel, I don't know if you struggled with this or not, but figuring out what my life looks like now without it, for a couple of weeks, I felt lost. Like, I've got 20 hours, 15 hours a week free. Like, what do I do? So, and people kept telling me, you'll feel it. And I have, for the most part. I started coaching. Our elementary school has a girls run club. So I started coaching that, and I'm slowly coming back to YouTube and just trying to find things that make me happy to fill the time. But that was a struggle for a couple weeks. Like, what do I do with all this time now that I have it? Double N Jen says, my college advisor is working on her second master's degree, and she's 60. She's my idol. Absolutely. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, great. And thanks, Jen. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm not, I mean, it's out there and it's public, but to share it, I would be a little bit embarrassed today. This is not quite ready. Jen is asking Mel if she has a master's degree. Sorry, my throat's getting scratchy. Yep, got it back in 2015. English and creative writing combo program. Oh, wow. That's similar to what you're wanting to do, right? Double engine? Lexi's on the opposite side of Ohio from Cleveland in the northwest central part of Ohio. Perfect. Oh, northwest, central west Ohio. Got it. That's awesome. Lexi went to Cleveland State for her bachelor's degree. Double Engine says that's her bachelor's degree, but we'll see what happens with grad school. Perfect. Melanie says, Lexi Rose, that's awesome. She went to BGSU. We basically swapped. Jen's daughter is in the same online college. She started this year. It's hard not to think I'm being stupid because she's 20 and so super smart. No, you are going back as an adult learner, and that is a whole different level of commitment, honestly. Honors degree. That's amazing. I do remember you mentioning that. Yeah, that was a struggle for sure. Double Engine feels really old sometimes and wonder if I'm doing the smart thing. If you're doing anything that helps you grow as a person, it's the smart thing, period. Of course, she's known what she wanted to do when she grew up for a long time. That's something that the high schoolers now struggle with, like this sort of pressure to know exactly what they want to do when they hit high school. They have to choose a path, and he has kind of had an idea for a long time what he's interested in, but to make a 13, 14, 15-year-old choose their career path, it just blows my mind, which I understand that there's so much out there that people can do for work. I get that. But now, like, he's a junior this year and is struggling with, I won't say struggling with, he's sort of toying with the idea of, like, do I really want to go into that field with it being the future of that field being a little bit uncertain, or do I want to take the smart path? That's not the right way to say that. The stable path and go into something like business. So my husband is in the field that he wants to go into, and I'm in healthcare. And so we are both telling him, the field you want to go into is probably fine. You probably won't have a hard time establishing a career, but if you want to do this in high school and then switch gears to business or entrepreneurship in college, you can, and then just still have this piece over here as a hobby. Because I think the other concern he has is that if I do this for money and a career, am I going to lose the passion for it? So he's sort of toying with the idea of switching once he graduates into a more entrepreneurship business type field, and then keeping this sort of as a hobby. But we'll see how things turn out. That's a year and a half away, and he's got some time to figure it out, thankfully. Christina is watching Stranger Things with Dee Dee. Perfect. Double Engine says, I'm just really into learning and want to go on with school just for that in a way. I have no idea if this degree will get me anywhere. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a lifelong learner too. Mel had to do homework for the master's program while I was on my honeymoon. Oh my gosh. That's commitment. I worked on homework on vacation too. Yep. Holy cow, on your honeymoon. I want to be like your advisor when I grow up, Jen. Yeah, for sure. That's commitment. She's so great. I call her just to talk sometimes. She's helping me a lot since I'm 54 and she has been where I am. That's amazing. I have someone in my life like that, and he's like my rock with stuff like that. So It's so rare to find someone that you can do that with as a mentor. But it's so amazing when you find that person. Melanie says, stop that negative self-talk right now, Miss Ma'am. Yes, please. I know it's just an automatic echo in my head. I get it. I'm the same way. I totally get it. Forcing creativity for work is hard, and I say that as a decades-long ghostwriter and author. Yeah, yes, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that your son already has concern over losing passion for something he knows for something shows how emotionally intelligent he is already. That's very kind. Thank you for saying that. I mean, I think so, but he's I think he's smart. He's definitely smarter than I give him credit for, in an emotional way. But yeah, he worries about it, right? So, um, he worries about AI and he worries about, these different things. But I think honestly, Mel, he could incorporate both. Like he could incorporate entrepreneurship and business in with art and kind of make it the best of both worlds, and still be able to kind of keep that passion that he has alive. I think that would be ideal. But when they're teenagers, you can only steer them so far before they're like, I'm doing the opposite. So, but he's really he's very in tuned to stuff like that. So, yeah. And then here's a reminder for the SCAREathon playlist for sprints. I do have that pinned up top, so you should be able to get that pretty quickly and easily. I have a friend that said that going to college for anything that isn't business oriented is foolish. Oh, I get that, but you have to live for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I think there's some merit to going to school for something that's going to never go away. Like here, where in the area of the United States that I live in, healthcare, banking, business, like all of that is pretty stable. So, but on the other side, like if you go to New York, right, like fashion and art and that create those creativity, um, those creative jobs and careers are thriving. So, I mean, I get it, but you can also find the right niche if you are in the right area and have that the right networking, um, and still be happy with what you want to do. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily live in like the rural Midwest and want to be the top surgeon in the United States. That's seems a little silly, but if you live in a larger metropolitan city, you can be because there's the demand there for that sort of thing. So anyway, that's very close-minded for for him to say that. A lot of companies love creative people. Yep. One more reminder to hydrate, feed yourself, check your laundry, take your meds, stretch, show love to the like button, and also make sure you sub and ring the bell so that you will hopefully get notified. Mel says, I can't stand when people won't budge from that. Yeah, very, very set in your ways on that. And maybe that's coming from someone who grew up in a different era than I did, and that's what put food on the table. But we're definitely in a different time now. Her kids are in IT and in chemical engineering. Oh, wow. Mine is choosing game design. That's what mine kind of wants to do to some degree. He's kind of going back and forth between game design and he actually digitally drew and created like a cartoon, like a 2-minute cartoon of his favorite YouTuber. And I this is a proud mama moment, even though for him it's cringy, but he posted the link in the stream when the YouTuber was live one night. And this person has like thousands of people in in their stream when they stream. I mean, thousands. And so one of their subscribers, like that pays to watch him, popped it in like their private chat, or maybe it was a mod, popped it in their private chat, and he ended up watching it live on stream. And at the time, like, we all thought that was the coolest thing ever, that my kid hand drew a cartoon of this YouTuber and he ended up playing it. And it's got some ungodly number of views and all that. Like, but now when we talk about it, he's like, stop talking about it. It's so cringy. But I'm so proud of him for doing that. Putting himself out there like that. Melanie says, well, good for them. And I mean that truly, because that's impressive. Lexi says, I can see that, but I like my healthcare degree. And even though it wasn't required, I do get paid more because of it. Yeah. And it opens up more opportunities, but healthcare changes, but healthcare is not necessarily going away per se. It is super impressive. I could never do something so science oriented because of the math. Mel's husband and her used to want to go to New York and be struggling writers out there. Struggling in Ohio is bad enough, and not as many people. Yeah. Jen is a struggling writer in Cali, and that is with full-time work and writing. Mel says, yeah, I need to get myself back into a better discipline with my writing. At this point, it is just a hobby, but I'm getting there. So Mel, if you are interested, I know that there's a YouTuber. I don't know what your day normally looks like, obviously, but there's a YouTuber that does dedicated writing sprints every morning for just a couple of hours. And she, our friend Alicia on here, has started joining her sprints in the mornings for those couple of hours and has really made phenomenal progress on her novel. So just a thought, there's writing sprints all the time that you could pop in on and get that focus in if you needed it. And you can use these that way too. I'm not saying you can't, but it's been really cool to watch Alicia's novel grow just by dedicating those couple of hours every morning with Kelly to do those writing sprints. She's so excited about it. Game design has loads of opportunity out there. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think he's concerned about AI taking over that. But there's so much more that goes into game design than just AI. So, yeah, we will figure it out, but he's a little concerned about it. Double and Jen says she met the people that voiced the main characters in The Last of Us and was over the moon. Oh, wow. That is so cool. That is amazing. That's really fun. That is amazing, Jen. He should be so proud of himself. I agree. I agree. He should. Melanie says, I love that so much. Double N Jen is writing her own book at a snail's pace. The time and motivation is not there. Yeah, it's definitely hard. Alicia. Yeah. So Kelly. So yes, Alicia. So Kelly is the Cursed Dragon Ship, I think is her channel name. And she hosts writing sprints for a couple of hours most mornings. And Alicia from, oh my gosh, her name just slipped me. She has started joining Kelly's sprints to focus on her novel. Kelly is incredible. I really enjoy Kelly as well. Melanie says, awesome. I usually try to go to the evening writing sprints, but then I'm so tired after work. I'll definitely check out the morning ones. Yeah, and I think they're also on the weekends, if I'm not mistaken. But either way. Yeah, there's always somebody who is doing specifically writing sprints. I feel like we're a long way from AI being fully able to create a complete game like humans can. I completely agree with you, He thinks about it a little bit differently than that and is like, I'm going to be homeless and not have a job. And like, buddy, you're going to be fine. Like, it's okay. He is so like resourceful, he will figure it out. But it's hard. It's hard when they have when they're hearing all the noise and have the 16, 17-year-old perspective. And we have, as middle-aged adults, have a completely different perspective, which, not to say one is right over the other, it's just different. And so we're telling him, you'll figure it out. We will figure it out. And we always have this thing with our kids, you can always come home. As long as we're alive, if you need us, you always come home. And they just see it so differently. But I have told him, if you really are that concerned about it, have a backup plan. What's your backup plan? And that's kind of when he started thinking about entrepreneurship and business. Dublin Jen says her goal is to work for the company that made The Last of Us. Nice. Melanie says, in my opinion, there will always be a preference for game design created by humans than computers, but the concern is valid. Yep. Yes, books and things with Alicia. And she's lovely too, Melanie. If you haven't checked out her channel, she sprints on Sunday mornings. I think tomorrow she's going from 11 to 2. And she's great as well. I really like the vibe of her Sunday sprints. It's just chill and fun. Yes, Faithful, that's the same one. Thank you. Double and Jen says, I wish I can do them, but my workday starts so early. Yep. Faithful agrees with Melanie. Double and Jen, I'm actually expanding on KOTW. I want to make it a full length novel and restructure the whole thing. Oh, wow. Double and Jen says that's awesome, or good for you. Double and Jen says, I have such strong ideas for mine, but at the end of the day after everything wants to sleep. Yeah, I get that. I'm not worried about AI. Maybe that's foolish, but it can't copy people. Yeah, and we're starting to use it in healthcare, and it worries me a little bit, but I think the way that they're starting out to use it is more in line with dictation. So my worry, I guess they're trying to toy around with the idea of AI as providers. That makes me nervous, but for now, at least where I work, they're integrating it with dictation and documentation of the medical record, more than anything past that just yet. People have emotions and so much depth. Absolutely. Double and Jen says, my college has the program for game design. Oh, nice. Which college is that? Oh, yeah. Remind me which college that is. Yeah, I figured it. I figured that one out. Corey is back. Hello. We've been chatting for a really long time, Corey. We'll go to a sprint here in just a second. KOTW stands for Knights of the Wraithmaker. It's a dark fantasy novella that I self-published a few years back. Oh, nice. Can we find it at traditional places? Kindle, big stores, things like that? Where can we find it? Double and Jen is asking, could it ever really completely take over? That's an interesting question. I don't know. I think for some things it probably could, but not for everything, for sure. SNHU. Okay, perfect. I'll let him know that. Double and Jen says that is why my daughter is there, though she did junior college for 2 years. Yeah, that's another thing he's toying with. Do I just go straight to a 4-year university or do an associate's? And there's a school here that does a program where you are, so you're kind of hybrid. So you go to our local community college for 2 years and get your undergrad or get your like core classes done. But as long as you're in this program with this university, you still have full access to everything at the university. So library, cafeteria, sports events, everything. You have full access to everything, but you go to school at the local community college. And then once your like your undergrad stuff is done, like your core classes, your associate's level type classes are done, you go to the 4-year university. So you're paying 2 years of this extremely reduced rate at the community college and 2 years at the normal college rate, but you have full access to the university for the entire 4 years. So I was telling him that you can't live on campus, but you have access to everything else. So I was telling him if they have a major that he wants to do, that might be worth looking into. A, to save cash, but then B, to like kind of slowly work yourself into that college experience while you kind of figure out what it is you want to do. So we're definitely contemplating that for him. Mel, that's where Mel got her master's degree as well. It's a great school. Melanie loves it, considering about reaching out to them for a paralegal certificate I want to go to. Nice. Double engine healthcare gets bashed so much already that impersonal AI couldn't work. Yeah, I agree. Melanie says, not big box stores, but it's on KU. Perfect. I will add it here shortly. AI has been around for a long time in the background. I don't believe it will ever fully be able to replace humans. Yeah, that's kind of my mindset too. Callie offers 2-year at junior degrees with tuition paid after graduation. Oh, nice. Great point, Faithful. Oh, I was like, I don't know what that means. But hello to the kitty cat. Thank you for hopping in. My dog is outside screaming at people as they're running. I don't know if you guys can hear him or not, but the number of times per day I yell outside, stop screaming at people. He's half beagle and he's got that howl. And if he sees like people, he's looking at me now. He knows I'm talking about him. If he sees people like walking or like there's been a number of people just in the last couple of minutes that have been jogging, he just howls at them and it sounds like he's screaming at them. It's not a normal bark. He's just screaming at them. Double and Jen's daughter, she says her daughter was so funny when she decided to go to SNHU and how much it cost. We talked about it a million times. It sucks, but what can you do? Yeah. She has a 529 account to pay for it from my family. Nice. That's amazing. Double Engine is training the cat to sleep in her room at night. He's a wild man. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd never sleep. And Double Engine loves beagle sounds. So he is my heart. I love this dog so much. And he is the best cuddler. Like when he wants to take a nap, he's the best at snuggling. But he gets outside. Like, it's so funny when I come out here this is like my library shed. When I come out here, he'll walk out in front of me and then stop at the end of the like patio or whatever and sits down and looks around, and then he'll look back up at me and then walk. It's almost like he's like my own personal bodyguard. Like he'll pace the yard like while I'm out here, and I love him so much, but the man needs to stop barking. Growing up, Mel had a Sheltie Beagle mix, and she barked at everything, even lightning. Yeah, I feel that. Jean started an art called Rumored at 6%, and it's a slow build. Nice. When Jen worked in rescue, there was a senior beagle that had the greatest bark. Oh. I think someone adopted him for his remaining years. He was a sweetheart. Oh. Yeah, Charlie's super sweet. He just barks all the time. all the time. And it's very true what they say about beagles and their appetites. Like, I don't know where he puts all the food that I mean, we don't feed him a ton. Like, we feed him a normal amount, but it's like he's always hungry. He's like a teenage boy. He's always hungry. And I don't know how. Like, always hungry. That is so sweet. I'm happy for him. I know. I love senior dogs. Like my Ellie is not doing super great right now. She's 9, and it's breaking my heart. But we are kind of in that mindset where, like, if she wants cheese, she gets cheese. If she wants, I mean, obviously nothing that's going to be harmful to her, but whatever that sweet mama girl wants, she's getting right now. Because I think she's at the end of her days in the next probably couple of months. But she's super snuggly, which is not at all like her, and she's just, I don't know. We probably will have to make some hard decisions in the next couple of weeks, but we are very much in the stage of give that girl anything she wants. Peanut butter, doesn't matter. Give her whatever she wants. All right. We have talked for a long time that time. It's been fantastic. I really appreciate everyone being here. My throat is starting to get scratchy. So I'm going to put us in a sprint. We'll do another 45. And I'm going to read. Actually, I'm going to go switch out the laundry. And then I'll come back here and read. So I'll be off camera while I do that, but then I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes and try to get through the risk. See where this takes us. All right. Happy sprinting. And I will see you guys in just under 45. Welcome back. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. I switched over the laundry and I got to 27% in the risk. And then I downloaded Melanie's book, Knights of the Wraithmaker on KU. I feel like to be such a short book, I feel like there's a lot of detail and buildup in the risk, which I'm not mad about, but I'm pleasantly surprised in the amount of like substance and context that's in this book, or details or whatever. I felt myself like getting sleepy that last little bit, but it's pretty good so far. I'm having a good time with it, but I also really love psychological thrillers. So, there's that. I also think that I know I think I said earlier I was just going to do 4 45-minute sprints, but we've talked a lot, which again I'm totally fine with. So I think the next sprint's gonna have to be the last one. Just because we need to get my son to work and all that. And depending on if my husband gets home in time, I may have to extend this last sprint to take him. So we'll kind of play. We'll start with 45 and we'll play it by ear and see how things go. What else happened? I think that's it. All right, I'm going to unstar that. I did ask Sebastian if he could do a mashup of songs, and he said it depends. So I'm going to send him those 3 songs and say, hey, can you mash this one with one of these 2 and see what he comes up with. So I'll let you guys know. Let's see. This is kind of where we ended, talking about my sweet Ellie girl. Hugs for Ellie. Yeah, it's weird. Like so I took her like a month ago now. Has it been that long? No, 2 weeks ago. Because I noticed some like sort of overnight differences, and they were saying that she hurt her back. And I was like, well, that's not really lining up with like the symptoms I'm telling you. But I'm in human healthcare and you're in animal healthcare, so maybe there's a difference. And I don't think that the issue is her back at all. So I'm going to finish out the antibiotics they gave us, and see if I can get a follow-up with them on Tuesday or Wednesday, just to be like, listen, it's not her back. But she's exhibiting the same signs that our other dog, Scarlet, had like a few weeks before she passed. So if there truly is an issue that they can fix, depending on, the extent of that and what that would look like for her quality of life, we would definitely go that route. But if it's something that's not going to make her quality of life better, then we may have to have sort of end of life conversations and kind of see what that looks like. But I'm a little bit concerned about going out of town with her like this, just because I'm not going to be here. So we'll see what next week holds when I take her back. Double N Jen says, I hate when they get older, spoil her. Yeah, we definitely are. Like, it was so funny. She's like, she can walk fine. She's very slow, but I was like loving on her. She's a little Chihuahua Dachshund. She's tiny, and I was loving on her earlier, and she snuggled her head right here, and so I laid my head on top of her head, and I was like, do you want to go outside and get some sunshine? And she just sort of looked up at me. And I like carried her outside and like put her in the grass. And I'm like, normally I'd be like, all right, let's go outside. And she'd go by herself. But like, I don't know. I want her to be spoiled as long as she can be spoiled now that we may be coming to an end with her in our little family, but we'll see. Melanie was just saying, see you in 45. So Faithful went down a YouTube Beagle Bark rabbit hole, it sounds like, and found a video with 379,000 views of a beagle barking. Oh my goodness. And Devil and Jen says, I think they call it baying. I feel like I've heard that before. It sounds long, for want of a better description. Yeah, I think that sounds right. It's not quite howling. It's not quite howling. And then one day my husband was so funny. He just out of nowhere just says, how does he not like lose his voice screaming like that all the time? And I don't know. But anyway, Melanie decided to switch from audiobook to paperback so that she could get snugly in bed. That sounds amazing. It looks like it might rain here. Like there's little pockets of gray. And to be honest with you, like a cool day with rain under a snuggly blanket sounds heavenly right now. The orange cat decided it's cuddle time, so I guess I'll be chatting via my phone instead of my laptop. Perfect. We have an orange cat too, and he is so sweet. I've had orange cats in my life before that were not sweet, but our little orange cat is very sweet. Hopefully yours is too. Melanie Faithful started the stream in bed. Perfect. It's why I've not been tagging people properly unless they're saved in my autocorrect. I love that. Melanie says, love it. Cozy weekends are the best. Yes. And I was going to sprint tomorrow because my son's working 9:30 to 2. And I was like, no, I am going to, not that I don't love y'all because I do. I'm going to join other people's sprints and snuggle up with coffee and blankets and read. I'm not working much tomorrow. Not doing much that requires a lot of effort. What paperback are you reading, Melanie? Melanie is reading Six of Crows. I started it years ago, but never got far, so it's on my TBR for this month. Perfect. Let us know how you like that. I have that somewhere over here, and have intentions of reading it, but other things have taken priority so far. But let us know how you're liking it. Faithful got 38% into Capadonna 3. Nice. How are you liking that one? Melanie says, very much so. I'm glad I gave it another chance. Oh, good. That's awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Jen. Yeah, I love to support our friends on here. So yeah, send, especially if it's on Kindle Unlimited or it's easy to get, send it my way. I'll try it out. And I will tell you, when I downloaded it, it has all 4 and 5 stars. So it's got to be good if there's not one rating that's under a 4 star. So I'm actually very excited to dive into it and see what it's all about. Double and Jen said, I haven't read it. I haven't even read it, Mel. I'm a horrible friend. And I agree. No, you're not. Double N Jen says, this is confusing, but my daughter's boyfriend's mom's mother, so basically your daughter's boyfriend's grandmother, read Double N Jen's book and loved it. Well, let us know what it's called, and I'll see if I can find it. Ren made it to page 313. Yay! You made your page 300 goal. That's amazing. Congratulations. 58% is a great way to, great place to stop. I love that. Lexi did not end up reading that sprint, but her migraine is starting to let up. That is progress. I'm so glad that you're feeling better. And Mel put that together too. So your daughter's boyfriend's grandmother. Melanie saying, Lexi, I hope you feel better. Absolutely. And Dimple and Jen says, I guess so. He has a huge family. Yeah, that sounds like it would be right. His mom's mom would be his grandmother. Olivia finished her book. It was a YA horror and was scary and more gory. Oh wow, scarier and more gory than you thought. Let me tell you guys, people finishing their books on sprints is like one of my favorite things. So congratulations, Olivia. I'm so excited for you. That's how it is with Melanie's husband's family. There are still people that she's never met. Wow. What's your book called, Olivia? Hugs from Lexi. The book that Livia finished was called The Taking of Jake Livingston by Ryan Douglas. And Melanie will be adding that to her TBR. I love it. Lexi says Ellie wasn't feeling good. Her Ellie wasn't feeling good this week earlier. And even though the vet didn't see anything, he's still treating her for the symptoms I told him she's having, and she's 100% back to normal now. That's amazing. So I took her in because she was just really lethargic. And when we would pick her up, she would yelp no matter like how we picked her up. And she just wasn't herself. And she's always had this spot on her back. Like when you rub her back, like her skin like tenses up. And we just always say that's like Charlie's got a spot too. Like that's just where they were ticklish. But when she was doing that and Ellie was like, her skin was doing that, she was saying that because it's happening in the exact same spot every time she does it, that means that there's something wrong with her back. And like, I didn't take her in at all for that. Like that wasn't even on my radar. And so I was asking her about a couple other things. She had a fever. So they gave her an NSAID and gabapentin for pain and fever reduction. And then an antibiotic for 15 days. So she still is not eating very well. In fact, like you can physically see that she's losing weight. She's still going to the bathroom fine. She's still eating some, but it's not nowhere near where like she normally would be. So that's kind of why and she's just laying around sleeping all the time. So when I called, they were like, I personally, just knowing Ellie, my Ellie don't feel like it's necessary for an emergency visit because of those things. Like she's still going to the bathroom, she's still eating something, but she is still sleeping a lot more than normal. And her symptoms are parallel, or the way she's acting is parallel with how Scarlett was acting. But I do just want to make sure. She's had some issues with her teeth in the past. And so when I take her, I want to finish the antibiotics, which I think her last dose, she's got one tonight and one tomorrow morning, and then she'll be done. And then, so I just want to take her in and like her antibiotics are done. Like, can we please check her mouth? She's still not really eating very well, and just see if there's like, and they did a white blood cell count and it was like through the roof. So I do want to kind of check all of that again with her and make sure that that's come down and that that all looks better before we have next conversations. So anyway, we'll see. I'm trying to be very like practical about it, because if I have any emotion about it, like I get really upset. So I'm trying to be very like factual about everything. That is great news, Lexi. I'm so happy that sweet Ellie is back to herself. Melanie is hates typing on the phone. I get autocorrected for no reason. Same. Really quick. We'll try to push through these comments real. Lexi says, I'm looking forward to after Wednesday simply because I'm looking forward to after Wednesday because that's what it's looking like for us to finally get fall weather. Yeah, and then we hit fall weather here in North Carolina, and then I go to Florida where it's like still hot, but it's fine. I'll come back to the fall weather, I guess. Melanie says, I know. Wait, did I skip a comment? No, I don't think I did. Melanie says, I know, I'm so excited. I'll actually be in Port Clinton for my birthday next weekend. And I don't mind that it will be cooler. Yay. Well, so next weekend. So pop all my sprints on Wednesday and we'll all say happy birthday to you. That's so exciting. Lexi says tomorrow is her little brother's last football game of the season. So I'll be going to that. Awesome. Sweet Lexi. Yes. Port Clinton gets really nice in the fall when the weather is actually fall-like. Livia really wants to read the Six of Crows series as well. Corey spent the whole sprint shopping online and texting me. I'll try and read some next time. I started Broken Bonds this morning, and it's entertaining. Perfect. Are you good starting the pumpkin book after we get back from dinner, Corey? Double and Jens is on KU. Okay, perfect. Ren says, I'd love to get to Six of Crows this month as well. Also, the first 2 books in the Throne of Glass series. That, I think, is, Ren, if you can't, that is something I think we are going to be doing as like a gigantic buddy read with Donna. So if you can't get to Throne of Glass this month, maybe hang tight. We can all read it together. All right. So Dola and Jen's book is called Unsettled. It's on KU, and I'm going to star that so that I can go back and add that at the next sprint. Christina finished the watch along for today and now decide if we read or work. Perfect. I will make sure to star that one too, so I picked the right one. Faithful says, Capadonna is the second season in the series, and it's a whole roller coaster of every feeling. She's loving it, though. That's amazing. Sorry, my teenager's texting me, too. Double and Jen says, nah, Christina. Sorry, I keep sliding out of my chair. What book, Livia? So Livia's book was called... Oh, she was talking about the Six of Crows, I think. Faithful says, Melanie, autocorrect is my enemy. It's been behaving so far, or I've been catching it. Yeah, it can. In fact, I was texting somebody I was texting my son about this song mashup, and it autocorrected to dong mashup. I was like, that could have gone sideways fast. So luckily I caught it and changed it to song. Yay for finishing, Livia. Double and Jen says, when I first met Bee's family the first time, it was so overwhelming. So many people. Oh, yeah. And it's hard to remember everybody's name. I'm glad to hear that Ellie is feeling better from Lexi's Ellie is feeling better from Faithful. Hugs for my Ellie. Thank you very much. Ren needs to read The Taking of Jake Livingstone as well. I've heard nothing but great things. Ooh, okay, I'm going to start that one too. Jen's dysfunctional family is very small. So is mine. On both accounts. Congrats to Olivia for finishing. Same goes for Monstrilio. Okay, I haven't heard of that one. Sending healing positive vibes. Thank you. I appreciate it. And healing love and light for sweet Ellie. Thank you. Maybe it's a tooth infection. Shelby had a tooth infection a few years ago and I couldn't get her to eat. Ended up having to pull the tooth and put her on antibiotic. I honestly, Lexi, I actually think that's what it might be. I did kind of look in her mouth and feel around to see if like she winced or anything, but she really wasn't letting me get in there. And the 2 times that I've actually pulled the same molar on each side. She wasn't eating at all. I'm hoping, part of me is actually hoping that this antibiotic is helping it. But I'm also concerned that like it's a bigger infection or a deeper infection than maybe the antibiotic is like able to hit. So I'm actually kind of hoping that's what it is, because I'm not ready I'm not ready to only have 9 years with her. But I'm actually really kind of hoping that's what it is. So that's kind of where I'm going to go into it on Monday is that, can we look at her mouth, please? Because like she'll eat. And part of the reason I think it might be that too is because she'll eat like peanut butter. She'll eat cheese. I did buy her like a bag of fresh pet, like that, like fresh, like chicken carrot stuff. And she'll eat it every now and then. But like my husband gave her some like actual chicken the other day, and it was like she'd never eaten before. I mean, she scarfed it down. So she's eating stuff I think that she can either doesn't have to chew, or that is not like super hard to chew. So I mean, like I said, like otherwise she seems normal, but she's just not eating, and of course she's probably got no energy, right? Because she's not eating very much. But even when she eats like peanut butter or stuff, like she had an egg the other day and scarfed it down. But if you cut it small enough, they don't really chew it, right? They just like gum it and move on. But so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I'm really actually hoping that's what it is, because that's easy and fixable, and then she'll be back to normal. I love towns that start with port. Oh, nice. Hearts from Melanie. Lexi says, but yeah, Ellie has been having ear infection symptoms and crying and didn't really sleep for 48 hours before she could get in. He put her on meds in her ears, or he put meds in her ears, and within an hour she was out for the count. Oh my gosh. I'll be honest with you. Charlie's had a couple of ear infections because his ears are floppy, and they do this like 30-day capsule inside their ear, so you don't have to put drops in or like give that. Whoever invented that is a genius, because it's like a miracle. And works so quickly for them. So I'm glad that Ellie got some of that too. That was probably the best nap of her life. Corey says, yes, I'm ready to visit seasonally appropriate Pound Town with you. I can't with you. Livia will start Throne of Glass in January with Donna and Alex's read-along. That's what I'm planning to do too. The only thing I'm trying not to be concerned about is there's the one that like you can or don't have to tandem read, and I don't know what their plans are on that, so I'm trying not to worry about it. I'm trying to make that a January problem, not an October problem. So, but yes, I'm planning on joining that readathon as well, and I am a read along, and I am stinking excited. Double N Jen says, we love them so hard, and it's impossible to picture them being gone. Yeah, for sure. Double N Jen says, I cried for days when the dog I was pet sitting passed away. Oh. Double N Jen says, I visited her for a couple of hours before it happened. That's so heartbreaking. Lexi said, yeah, that's exactly how Shelby was when she had a tooth infection. I couldn't get her to eat dry food, but wet food she ate, and Shelby didn't let me look in her mouth either. Okay. Yeah. That's exactly the way Ellie's being. She'll eat some of her wet food, like her normal wet food, but I think it's the stuff that she doesn't have to like work to eat she's able to like get down better. And knowing that she's had tooth issues before, I really think that's where we're going to go with this. And I'm totally fine with that. Like, get my baby girl back to where she was 2 weeks ago, and I'll be fine. Lexi says, that's what he gave Ellie. He treated both ears to be safe, but she's completely fine now. Perfect. Oh, sweet Ellie. Livia says, I want to tandem read the two books too. Hopefully they want to read them like that. Well, if they don't want, if that's not their plan, maybe there can be like a subset of us that do that and just take the same amount of time to read both of them, but tandem read them. Maybe we can get a group together that wants to do that. And then there could be a group that doesn't want to do that. And we can do it that way. But again, January problem, not October. I got to get through SCAREathon and NetGalley November and the December readathon that I typically do with Eric. So yeah, January problem for sure. All right, let's change some banners. I am going to make this the last sprint. So 45 minutes from now would be 6:05. So I actually probably let me think. Yes, future us problem. Okay, so 45 minutes from now would be 6:05. I think I could probably be back by then, but I'm going to make it 50 just in case. And then I know I can be back by 6:10 for sure. So let me share this again, and you guys can keep me honest here. So we'll do 50 minutes. That'll end us around 6:10, 6:11, something like that. And then we'll chat, and then I will go eat sushi. All right, perfect. All right, I think we're good. So I'm going to read until I have to take him. And actually, let me check and make sure I don't have any messages. Yeah, I think that's the safest way to go. We'll do 50 for the last sprint, and then we'll chat for a little bit. I'll go have sushi, and then we'll wrap up. No, we'll wrap up, and then I'll go have sushi. Perfect. All right, Melanie is starting to doze off. Going to take a nap. It was so nice meeting you. You too. I appreciate you hopping in, hanging out. I'll be here again on Wednesday. I'll be kind of popping in and out of SCAREathon sprints throughout the month. So I am hoping to get to know you better, and we'll see you soon. Happy napping. Sushi, and happy napping, Mel. I think that's the perfect place to stop. Happy napping, Mel. And I will see you guys in 50 minutes. Happy sprinting. Welcome back. I went ahead and just closed that app because that was our last sprint. The only thing I really got done was taking my son to work. He wanted to stop and get food beforehand, so we left a little bit early. And then I did get to 30% in the risk. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out with who the unsub is. Well, I guess they're not an unsub, they are known, but I'm interested to see how this is going to play out. So I'm definitely going to try to finish this tonight. And then I watched this YouTube video. I am so bad with peer pressure. I watched this YouTube video. I'm trying to find the name of the channel. The name of the video was called "Can I Beat My 400 Book TBR?" And it's the channel name is just Helen, but look how gorgeous. Look how gorgeous her shelves are. So it makes me want to take everything out of here tomorrow and just redo my bookshelves. We'll see. That tomorrow's version of Jenny may not agree with that, but that's what today's Jenny wants to do. Oh, Lordy mercy. All right. Excuse me. So we ended with Faithful saying happy sprinting, everyone. And Livia was wishing Melanie a good rest of her day. Melanie was saying, enjoy your weekend. And Jessi came back. We'll be back from my break when the sprint ends, but had 10 minutes at the moment. Well, thank you for popping in. Really appreciate it. And Faithful was asking Jess what they were reading, what Jess was reading, and I don't remember either, actually. Livia updated Storygraph and her reading journal and got ready to sleep. Yay! Oh, it is super late for you. Thank you for hanging out with us, though. Lexi got to page 86. I can see why people made the complaints they did in their good read reviews about this book. Interesting. Faithful says, sleep well when you get to it, Livia. Ren watched some YouTube, had some tea, and took meds. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate, I've had, a consistent handful of folks here all afternoon, and really appreciate it because I haven't sprinted in a while. So it's nice to see everyone and see some new faces and get to hang out for a few hours. Faithful got to 71% in Capadonna. It's a shorty. I love it. Her shelves look like a backdrop, right? And she has what looks like this table, where she's got this, I don't know if you can actually see it, but well, yeah, I guess you can. This table where she's got a ton of prompts and she's using a dice to determine what she reads. This is it's a whole vibe, and I'm jealous. The shelves look like a bookstore. Yeah. And that was my goal here, but it hasn't really worked out. So, I do kind of want to just dump and redo. But yes, her shelves are gorgeous. Gorgeous. I just don't have a room that big here. Double N Jen says, I'm jealous of everyone's bookshelves. I don't have any in this apartment. Okay, well, I will not complain. But I feel, what's the word? Cluttered in here. I feel closed in and cluttered, and I feel like I just need to get them out and put them back in the way I want them. But it takes so long too. So I don't know if I want to spend my entire Sunday doing that, but we'll see. Thank you, Faithful from Livia. Christina took a nap. Thank you for the sprints, Jen. No worries. Thank you for being here, Livia. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hosting today. Have a beautiful evening. You as well. Lexi says, I think it could be an interesting book if we actually focused on the case and not the officers' personal lives. That's similar to what I don't know why I held up my phone. I'm not reading on my phone. That's where I am with the book that I'm reading now, which I think will play into the story. But to your point, if that's all we're talking about, then I can see where that can get frustrating. Hopefully it gets better for you, though. One last list of reminders. Remember to hydrate, feed yourself, check your laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and make sure you sub and ring the bell so that you hopefully get notified. And I was getting ready to say something, and I see it down in the comments, so I will hold my thought. Faithful gave away about 95% of the books when they moved continents way back and now have one bookshelf with books. See, that if I didn't have this bookshop that we tried to get off the ground, it would be different. It would be just this kind of section here, and then it would be more organized. But it's a happy problem to have. And what I was going to say a second ago is, and make sure you click the SCAREathon playlist. I will be sprinting again next Wednesday. I have Wednesday off from work to kind of plan and pack and all that, get ready for my trip. So I'll be sprinting from 3 p.m. EST to probably about 9. My son works that day again, so I will kind of have a longer sprint there towards like the 5:30 or 6 or 4:30 or 5 time frame to take him. And then I'll end up around 9. So we probably will do hour-long sprints that day. But again, we'll do the vibes. So whatever you guys are up for is what we'll do. And then Faithful is saying, you've given me an idea for a prompt now, Jen. And here comes my sweet hubby who's taking me for sushi soon. And Corey is saying, let's do it. We'll have a shelf party. Yes, I'm down for that. You're still in screen if you care.
No, it's fine. Okay. It's my arm.
Okay.
I'm trying to see how many people are
here. 8 right now.
Nice.
Faithful asking if it was a good nap, Christina. I don't know if it's claustrophobic, but just feeling cluttered. I don't know. But I think that's all because of this right here is here, and I need to figure out what to do with that. And then I've got piles of books on the floor, and then Corey, bless her heart, has got boxes and boxes and boxes of books at her house that we can't fit in here. So we just need to kind of like organize chaos, but not as organized. So we just kind of need to figure out what we're doing with our lives today. Faithful says, thank you for the sprints and company. I hope to see you again soon. I'm sure I will see you around the internet for sure. Good night, everyone, from Livia. Livia, I hope you sleep well, and I will see you probably tomorrow on Alicia's streams. Faithful says, I'd have around 2,000 books now. A lot easier. Oh gosh, yeah, it is a lot easier, but sad. 2,000 books sounds like a fun time though, but I get it. And these are my next sprints on Wednesday the 8th at 3 p.m. Good night to Livia from Faithful. Kind of Faithful could maybe use a longer one. Faithful says hello to Jen's hubby. And Corey, looks like you're in trouble.
I know we're supposed to play games.
Oh, well, that's my fault, Corey, because I convinced him to take me for sushi. But y'all can play when we get back, and I'll read our pumpkin pounding book.
That sounds so dirty.
Oh, it's very dirty.
Okay.
Very dirty. Christina, aka our booktube mama, says hello to you.
Hello.
Hugs to Christina, and sorry, ebooks. Oh yeah, good point. Well, my friends, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It's been a really fun few hours. Remember that you are beautiful, you are unique, and you are loved. And I will, don't make me choose between smut and gaming. That's so hard. All right. One last thing. Remember that you are beautiful, you are unique, and you are loved. And I will see you again soon. Bye.